Welcome to Bootstrap training program. Great to see that you are interested in learning Bootstrap. Bootstrap allows you to create modern and stunning user experience with latest web standards. Bootstrap is the world's most user front-end framework to add sleek, professional, and attractive user interface for your application. In this course, you will get to learn everything that you need to know to build amazing user interface using Bootstrap for your web application. As a part of the journey, we are going to build a sample project that lets you to put all the things you learn into a practice project. So as a part of this course, what are we going to develop? So we are going to develop a sample project so you can put all your knowledge, whatever you have learned through this course, into a practice project. So this will be the homepage of your website, a tourism website. We will cover everything related to Bootstrap, including the navigation bar, inline form, input groups, images, Jumbotron, media elements, and much more information. We will also use icons of Font Awesome. I have used the Font Awesome icons for Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. We will also create a dashboard. Dashboard is very common requirement of most of the projects in these days. We will use tables, accordion, charts, dropdown, list group, and grid system to create this page. Coming to this page, we are going to create different styles of tables. So once I finish this project, you need to create a sample project like this and post it in the project section. So I wish you all the best and see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we will see what are the prerequisites required for Bootstrap. You need a code editor such as Visual Studio Code or Sublime Text or Atom. Bootstrap works based on Chrome browser greater than or equal to 45, Firefox greater than or equal to 38, Microsoft Edge greater than or equal to 12, Internet Explorer greater than or equal to 10, Safari greater than or equal to 9, Android browser greater than or equal to 4.4, and Opera greater than or equal to 30. In order to work with Bootstrap, you required three script files such as jQuery.js, proper.js, and bootstrap.js. You also required to import two CSS files that are bootstrap.css and fontawesome.css. We can get these scripts from Bootstrap official website. So this is the Bootstrap official website, and the URL for the website is getbootstrap.com. Now we are going to create a new folder. So I will create it on my desktop. So let's go to desktop and I'll create a new folder with the name Bootstrap website. Right now it is blank. We need to create an index.html file. For that, I'll go to my code editor, which is Visual Studio Code. If you don't have Visual Studio Code, then you need to go to Google and search for Visual Studio Code. So if you search for Visual Studio Code, so this is the very first link. You need to click on it and you will end up on this page. So if you are a Mac user, you need to click on it and the download will get started. And if you are a Windows user, you need to click on this arrow so the download will start, and then you can install Visual Studio Code. I have already installed it on my machine, so I will not do it again. So I'll open my Visual Studio Code and I'll open the folder. So for that, we need to click on open folder, and I need to go to the folder which I have created, Bootstrap website, and I'll click on open. So right now it is blank. I'll create a file. So just close this welcome. I'll click on file, then click on new file, and I'll save this as index.html. So index.html, and just check the folder should be Bootstrap website. Okay, let's click on save. So now the file is saved, and now to create a basic template, we need to type HTML colon 5 and then press tab. So this is the basic template you will get: HTML head, meta tags, title, okay, body. Then we need to save this. So now let's import the CSS and JS file from the official website of Bootstrap. So let's go to their website. So I'll go to the browser, and this is the official website. Let me close this Visual Studio Code, and here we need to click on get started. So this is the CSS URL which we need, and these are the three JavaScript file which we need. So first I'll copy the CSS. So let me click here, copy, and then I'll go to Visual Studio Code, and below the meta tag I'll paste it. And then again we need to go to the browser, and here we need to copy these three URLs, and then again we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and above the title we need to paste all the three URLs, and then we need to save this file. So I'll press Command S. If you are a Windows user, then Control S. And we need one more file for font awesome CSS. So we need to go to browser, and here we need to type cdn js.com/libraries, and here we go /font awesome. So this is the latest version. So we need to copy this, and we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and we need to paste it above the title. And here we need to write script source equals to double quotes, and then we need to paste the URL, and we need to close this, and then we need to save the file, and we need to change the title to Bootstrap website. Let's save this file. And one last thing we need to do is to create two folders. First one will be for images, and the second one will be for CSS, our custom CSS. So I'll go to desktop, and here in Bootstrap website folder I'll create two folders. So first one will be for images, so I'll give a name images. All the images will come in this folder, and the second one will be for CSS, custom CSS. So I have created two folders, one for images and one for CSS. And then we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here you can see two folders have been created, one for images and one for CSS. So in CSS folder, we will create a new file with the name styles.css. Here we can write our custom CSS. And then we need to go to index.html, and we need to import the CSS file which we have created. So here above the script we will write link href equals to and double quotes, and here we will write styles css slash styles, and here we will write rel equals to style sheet, and let's close this, and then we can save this file. Now we can place any content inside the body. For example, we will write welcome to our website. Our website is related to Indian tourism, so I'll write welcome to Indian tourism website, or welcome to Tour India. This is better, okay? And let's save this file. And to run this application, we need to install an extension which is called live server. So I'll go to extension, and here I'll search for live server. So this is the extension. I'll click it. So this extension is already installed in my Visual Studio Code. If you have not installed, so here there will be an option to install, so you need to click it. Okay, once it is installed, you will be here you can see an option go live. Okay, so I'll close this and here I'll click on go live. So now here you can see welcome to India. So we have successfully set up our application, and this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. So in the last lecture, we have imported all the necessary JavaScript and CSS files. Now we need to create a container. So containers are the most basic layout elements in Bootstrap and are required when using our default grid system. In Bootstrap, there are two types of containers, container fluid and container. Container fluid is used to occupy the maximum available space of the web page, leaving very thin margins at left side and right side. Whereas container is used to make content stretch to center of the page, occupying around 85% of the page width, leaving heavy margins at left side and right side. So now we will see an example by writing some code. So I'll go to Visual Studio Code, and here I will write a div tag, and inside I'll write a class which is equal to container fluid, and here I'll give an inline styling for background color, style equals to blue, and let's close the div tag, and I'll cut this welcome to Tour India and I'll paste it here, and I'll add a h1 tag here for welcome to Tour India. Okay, so now we have added a class container fluid and I have given a background color blue. Okay, so let's save this file and click here go live. So as you can see, if we add class container fluid, it will utilize the maximum space of the web page, having limited padding at left side and right side. And what if we add container class? So now let's add a class container. So I'll remove the fluid text and I'll keep only container, and I'll save this file. And now let's go to the browser. So here you can see if we use CSS class container, it leaves heavy margin at left and right side, utilizing only center portion of the web page. So it is finally up to you whichever class you want to use. And before ending the lecture, if you can see the code is not formatted. So to format the code, I use an extension called prettier. So we need to go to extension, and here I'll write prettier. So this is the extension which I use to format the code, prettier hyphen standard hyphen JavaScript formatter. There are a lot of other extension, you can try whichever you like. So I'll close this, and I've already installed it. So if you want, you can install it. And to format the code, you need to press Option Shift F. So now the code is formatted. Okay, if you are a Windows user, you need to press Alt Shift F. So let's save this code, and now you can see the code is formatted, and I have shown you the difference between the class container fluid and container. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. The most important part of Bootstrap is grid system. It is very important to create while creating the layout of web page in Bootstrap. Grid system lets you to create layout in the web page, that is dividing your web page into multiple boxes such as header, navigation, content, and footer. Bootstrap grid system is used to create page layout. It is a series of container rows and columns. The page contains a container or container fluid. The container contains a set of rows. Each row contains exactly 12 columns. You can create a box, that means a div tag inside the row, and you can decide exactly how many column width it has to occupy. It must at least occupy one column width, and maximum of 12 columns. A box can occupy one column, two columns, three columns, four columns, five columns, six columns, seven columns, eight columns, nine columns, 10 columns, 11 columns, or 12 columns. For example, you have created a box that occupies 6 columns in a row. Beside that, you can place another box that occupies the remaining 6 columns. So we call it as 6 plus 6. Like this, you can create any combination of boxes that makes a sum of up to 12 columns. For example, 8 plus 4 or 4 plus 8 and so on. You can place nested grid, that means you can create a row inside the column. So again you will get 12 columns inside it. The number of columns inside a row will be always 12. We can't change it. If any end user columns are left, the space will be left empty as it is in the output. If the number of columns of a box exceed the limit of available columns for that particular row, the box jumps to the next row automatically. The size of each column is equal to the total width of row divided by 12. By default, Bootstrap maintains some default margin and padding to make the content look good. So let's write some code to make it more clear. So I'll go to my Visual Studio Code. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and here I'll give a class name as container fluid. So inside this container fluid, we must place a row. So I'll remove this style. I don't require this. So inside this container, we will add a row. So div class equals to row. So now you will get 12 column inside this row. So inside this row, we need to create first column. So I'll create the first column, div class equals to col -1, and here I'll write col1, and I'll give some background color. So style equals to background, and the color will be blue. So I'll give some different colors. Okay. So I'll copy this column and I'll paste it 11 times. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there are total 12 columns. I'll change the colors. Okay. Let's give red. I'm giving some random colors. Okay. Green, yellow, pink, light pink, orange, orange, red. So this is column 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Let's save this file and let's go to the browser. So here you can see there are 12 columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'll give some height for this. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here we need to give a height which is equal to 200 pixel. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it on all the rows, all the columns. And let's save this file and let's go to the browser. So it will display something like this. So now let's create another row that has 4 boxes. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and here I'll create one more div with a class row, and it will have 4 boxes. Okay, so div, and here I'll write class equals to call 3, because we need 4 boxes, so each box will have 3 columns. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it 3 times. So we have 4 boxes, 3, 6, 9 and 12. Okay, so the total number is 12, and let me give some style. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me write call, so you'll get an idea. Call 1, call 2, call 3, and call 4. Let's save this. So call 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So the output will look something like this. So let me go to the Visual Studio Code, and instead of 3, if I write here 4, so now the total number is 3, 6, 9, and instead of 12 it will be 13. So if I save this and if I go to the browser, so you can see the last box automatically comes down. So it moves to the next line. So you must take care about the sum of 12. So let's go back and put it back as 3, and if you can see the output, now it is correct. So the total should be 12. So now we'll take one more row, and let me just copy, paste it here, and instead of 3 we will put 6 by 6. Okay, so 6 and 6, 12. So if I save this and if I go to the browser, you can see call 1 and call 2 both are equally divided by 6. In the same way, you can do different combinations. Okay, if I go copy this, if I paste here, so you can uh, put it as 8 by 4. If I save this, 8 by 4, so this is 8 and this is 4. So you can try it out with different kind of combination, which will help you to understand more about this. So like this, you can create any number of boxes depending upon the 12 columns rules. So we have understood the basic of grid system in the Bootstrap. In the further lesson, we will take it to the next level. So till then, take care and bye bye. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In order to target your web page to multiple devices and make the content automatically fit for any resolution, you can do that by using responsive grid system in Bootstrap. One of the main highlight of Bootstrap is responsiveness. The responsive grid system of Bootstrap makes the content of web page automatically fit for any resolution from the largest to the smallest. You can specify exactly how many columns should be occupied by the box with respective to each type of device individually. For example, you can specify the box should occupy 3 columns only in extra large device, not on other devices. Do you know based on which factor you can divide the devices into different types? It is not based on branding, cost of device, or physical screen size of the device. It is only based on width of screen resolution. Based on the screen width, we can divide the devices into 5 types: extra large device, large devices, medium device, small device, and extra large device. Whenever the screen width is greater than or equal to 1200 pixels, we can call it as extra large device. Whenever the screen width is greater than or equal to 992 pixels and less than or equal to 1199 pixels, we can call it as large device. Whenever the screen width is greater than or equal to 768 pixels and is less than or equal to 991 pixels, we can call it as medium device. whenever the screen width is greater than or equal to 576 pixels and less than or equal to 757 pixels, we can call it as small device. Whenever the screen width is less than 576 pixels, we can call it as extra small device. For extra large device, we can specify the number of column with the class name as call hyphen XL hyphen and then the number of columns. For large device, we can specify the number of column with the class name call hyphen LG hyphen and then the number of columns. For medium device, we can specify the number of columns with the class name call hyphen MD hyphen and then the number of columns. For small device, we can specify the number of columns with the class name call hyphen SM hyphen and then the number of columns. For extra small device, we can specify call hyphen and then the number of columns. XL stands for extra large, LG stands for large, MD stands for medium, SM stands for small, and for extra small device, there is no any attribution by default. Call refers to extra small device. So now let's suppose we have four boxes, that is four div tag in our web page. Assume that you want to display first four boxes side by side. So out of total 12 columns, each box can get 3 columns. Of course, you can share number of columns unequally if you want to. It just depends upon the requirement or content. If you want to share equally, you can give call hyphen XL hyphen 3 for each box. In the large device, assume that you want to display first three boxes side by side and the last box display on the next line. So you will give call hyphen LG4 for the first three boxes and you will give call hyphen LG hyphen 12 for the last box. In case of medium device, assume that you want first two boxes to be displayed side by side and the last two boxes display on the next line. So you will give call hyphen MD hyphen 6 for the first two boxes and you will give call hyphen MD hyphen 6 for the remaining two boxes as well. In the case of small device, assume that you want first two boxes display side by side and the last two boxes display line by line. So you will give call hyphen SM hyphen 6 for the first two boxes and you will give call hyphen SM hyphen 12 for the remaining two boxes. In case of extra small device, assume that you want to display all four boxes line by line. So you will give call hyphen 12 for all the four boxes. Finally, this is the way you can give class name to all the div accordingly. Now let's see the example by writing some code. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. So I'll go to Visual Studio Code and here I'll remove the unwanted div rows which we don't require. And here we need only four boxes. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and I'll remove the remaining div. So for extra large, we will give class as call XL hyphen 3 for all the four boxes. So let me copy this class name and paste it here on all the four divs. And I'll save this and then we can go in the browser to check. So let me refresh this. So this is it how it will look for the extra large device. And in case of large device, so let's go to Visual Studio Code and for large device we will give the class name as call hyphen LG4 for the first three divs. So let me copy this class, paste it here, and for the last one we will give as call LG12. Let's save this. Let's check in the browser. So currently it is for extra large device. So let us minimize the browser width. So now it is for large device. So it will look something like this in large device. Now in case of medium device, each div has to occupy 6 columns. So the class name will be call hyphen MD hyphen 6. So this is for medium device. Let me save this and let's go to browser and let's minimize the browser. This is the medium device. We need the first two box on the top and the remaining two boxes below that. Now in case of small device, the first two box should occupy the sixth column and the remaining two should be on different lines. So for that we need to write call hyphen sm hyphen 6 call hyphen sm hyphen 6, and for remaining two we will write call hyphen sm hyphen 12, because this two we want it on a separate line. Let me save this and let's go to the browser and let's minimize. So this is for the small device. The first two boxes will be in one line and side by side, and remaining two will be at the bottom one by one. Now for extra small device, for each box the class will be call hyphen 12. For each div we need to write the same class, so call hyphen 12, and here I forgot to write sm, so sm hyphen 12. Okay, so let me save this and let's go to the browser, and we need to minimize the browser. Not minimize, we need to shrink the browser so that this is the small device. So in small device, in extra small device, it will look something like this. So now let's check it again. So in extra large there'll be 4 boxes. In large device there'll be 3 boxes side by side and one at the on the next line. Then in medium device there'll be 2 boxes side by side and the 2 boxes below that. And in small device we need 2 boxes side by side, and then the remaining 2 boxes will be one below the other. And in the small device all the boxes will be one below the other. So this is how responsiveness grid system works in Bootstrap. So this is it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Welcome back to another video. The first major component that you are supposed to place in your page is a simple navbar. Navbar is a top menu bar which contains major links to other pages of the website, which helps the user to navigate in your website. The navbar class creates a navigation bar. The navbar expand sm class expands the navbar on the small devices or higher. You can also use MD for medium devices and LG for large devices. Navbar light class shows dark text. Navbar dark shows white text. BG light shows light background. BG dark shows dark background. Navbar nav class represents the list of navigation links. Nav-item class represents an item in the navigation bar. Nav-link class represents hyperlink inside the navbar. By default, you are giving hash to represent link with the same page. Later, you can replace it with the actual page name that you want to link. So now let's do it practically. So I will open Visual Studio Code. First, we have to start creating our simple navigation bar by adding a nav tag. So here I will add a nav tag. It will specify that it is a navigation bar. We have to give a class name called navbar, and I want to expand the navbar on the small devices or higher. So we need to give a class which is navbar hyphen expand hyphen sm, and I want my text color should be dark. For that I will give a class name navbar hyphen light, and my bg color should be light. So I'll give a class bg hyphen light. It means the background would be light and the text color would be dark. Inside the navigation bar, actual set of links should be present. So for that we need to add a UL tag. UL tag means unordered list, and each individual item must be represented as li tag. So inside UL I will add li tag, and inside UL tag I will give a class which is equal to navbar hyphen nav, which represent group of links, and in li I will give a class which is equal to nav hyphen item, which represent each item, and each hyperlink is represent as a tag. So inside li, I will add a tag and I'll give a class name which is equal to nav link. And here I'll give href hyperlink equal to hash. It means that it won't go to any other page and it will remain on the same page. For that reason, we need to give hash. And I'll close the a tag. And if you want to give a link to some other page, so you can give it as index.html or whatever the page you want to redirect. But for now, I'll give hash. Now you can create any number of nav item as per your requirement. So I want to create 8 hyperlinks. So I'll paste it 8 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'll give the name as home and the page name will be index.html. My second page will be dashboard and the link would be dashboard.html. And the third page will be destination. The link would be destination.html. Fourth page would be contact and link would be contact.html. Fifth page would be states. The link would be states.html. Sixth page would be mice. The link would be mice.html. And the seventh page would be register. The link would be register.html. And the last page would be login. And the link would be login.html. And let's save this file and let's check in the browser. So here you can see my links, my menu has been created with a light background and a dark text. So this is it for this video. We have successfully created the menu and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. How the user knows about your website by the logo and the name. You should create a Navbar brand in your navigation bar. Navbar brand is used to website title and logo image in your navigation bar. You can place either of logo image and website title or both. The navbar-brand class represents the website name and logo. Let's add Navbar brand to the navigation bar. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and before the li we will add a tag which is anchor tag and I will add a class name which is equal to navbar-brand and here I will add hyperlink which is not an ordinary link and I'll close the a tag. So whenever user clicks this link, it will redirect to index.html page. And here I'll give a website name, which in our case is India Tour. And let us save this file and let's check in the browser. So here you can see the name of the website is appear. So this is it for this video and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. How the menu should appear if the user open the page in extra small device or medium device. It should automatically shrink to a small icon and should be open in a single click. You can do it by using Navbar toggler. So Navbar-toggler class represent the toggler button. Navbar-toggler icon. Here the icon is missing, icon is missing. So the class name should be navbar-toggler icon, which represent icon for toggler button. Collapse class makes the menu collapse by default. Navbar-collapse class represent the collapsible navigation bar. Data hyphen target equals to hash ID specifies that the ID of the target element which should be collapsed or expand. The data hyphen toggle. Here it should be data hyphen toggle. It's a spelling mistake. It should not be data under hyphen target. It should be data hyphen toggle equals to collapse specifies that the target element should be collapsed or expanded and the button is clicked. So now let's add the navbar toggler to the navigation bar. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code. Let's place a button above the UL. So here I'll write button and it is not a normal button. It is a navbar toggle button. So for that we need to add a class which is equal to, and the name of the class will be navbar toggle, and it is not a submit button, so we need to give a type which is equal to button. So when the user clicks on this, it has to toggle the menu. That means it has to collapse or expand the menu. So we need to write data hyphen toggle equals to collapse. Now let's close this button tag. Now we need to place the entire UL into a div tag. So let's create a div tag, and inside the div tag we need to add a class which is equal to collapse and navbar hyphen collapse, because the div tag should be collapsible. And inside we need to place the UL tag, and we must give some ID for the div tag. So here I'll give an ID which is equal to my nav. You can give any other name instead of my nav. Let's close the div tag, and I'll just cut this UL and I'll paste it inside the div tag. Now in order to connect this button with this div tag, we have to provide data hyphen target equals to the ID which we have given. So here I'll write data hyphen target equals to the ID, which is in my case my nav. So now we are done with this. Only one thing is remaining. We need to add a icon for the menu. So here I am using a span, and inside span I will add a class which is equal to navbar hyphen toggler hyphen icon, and I'll close this span tag. So let's save this file and let's go to the browser. Right now you will not see any difference. We need to minimize the width of the browser. So here you can see the menu has been appeared like this. Once I click on the icon, you can see the links, all the links on different line. And now it is expanding and collapsing. So our menu is working fine. So whenever the screen size is of mobile device, the toggler button is automatically visible. When the user clicks on the menu, it's going to expand. The menu item appears line by line. So this is how we can create a toggler button inside the navigation bar. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Welcome back to another video. Navbar search box is a global search box where the user can search for content. So the form-inline class represents inline form and displays the form elements side by side. Input-group class represents the group of text and form control. Input-group-prepend class represents the text or icon at left side of form control. The input-group-text class represents the text inside the input group. The form-control class represents a control in the forms such as text box. My-class represents y-axis, that is margin top and margin bottom. The my-sm class represent y-axis margin, that is margin top and margin bottom for only small devices. So now let us create the search box in the navigation bar. For that we need to go to Visual Studio Code. So before the ending of nav tag, we need to add a form tag, something like this. And inside the form tag, we will add a class which is equal to form-inline. And we need to close this form tag. So form inline class will make the elements side by side. So now in order to prepare the text and text box, we need to add two divs and we need to add some classes. So we will add one div and the second div. In the first div, we will add a class which is equal to input-group. And in the second div, we will add a class which is equal to input-group-prepend. And inside this div, we will add a span tag and we will give a class which is equal to input-group-text. And now we will give an ID which is equal to search. And we will close this span tag. And inside the span tag, we will give a font awesome icon for search. So class which is equal to fa font awesome hyphen search. And we need to close this I tag. Now we need to create the input box. So we need to create the input box after this step. So here we need to write input type will be equal to text. And here we need to give class which is equal to form hyphen control. And here we need to give a placeholder which will be equal to search. And here we need to close this input tag. So the form control class will display Bootstrap style for the text box. Now we need to create the search button. For that, we need to write button before the form tag is ending. And we need to give a class which is equal to button ptn warning. So it will be in red color. And then we need to give a class which is my hyphen 2. It means there'll be margin top and margin bottom. And then we need to give my hyphen sm hyphen 0. That means margin top and margin bottom of small devices will be 0. And now we need to close this button tag and here we need to write search. And we need to save this file. Now let's check in the browser. So here you can see our search box has been appeared and our menu items are on the left side and our search is on the right side. So if I shrink the window browser, so it should be inside the menu, but it is outside. So let's check it. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code. We need to just cut this form tag and we need to paste it before this div tag, and let's save this file and let's go to the browser. So now if I shrink the browser, see the search is here. And here in the UL tag, we need to add one more class, which is mr-auto. And let's save this file and let's go to the browser. Now, once I refresh this, now you can see when I minimize the browser size, now there is no search icon, no search box outside this menu. And if I click this menu icon, we can see the search boxes inside this menu. So we have rectified the error which we were getting. Now the menu links are on the left side and the search box is on the right side. So this is how we can create a search bar inside a navigation bar, and we have successfully created one. So this is it for this video and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Welcome back to another video. Now let's just create the dashboard. In every project, dashboard is common and compulsory. In the interview also, they will test your ability of designing by giving the dashboard as an interview test. So let's just create the dashboard. For that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code. So we need to copy this code. So I'll just select everything and I'll copy this code and I'll go to File and I'll click on New File and I'll paste the code which I copied, and then I'll press Command S and I'll give the name as dashboard.html, and just check the folder name. It should be the same folder which we have created earlier. So let's save this file. So now the dashboard.html file has been created. Now the link is already been created, dashboard.html, because we have copied the same code, and here the title should be dashboard. So I'll remove this title and I'll add dashboard. I just save this file and I'll remove the code which is not required. So these are the 4 divs which are not required. So I'll remove this and I'll save it and I'll go to the browser and I'll refresh. I'll go to the dashboard and I'll just refresh. You can see welcome to Tour India. I'll just remove this as well because this is also not required. And now if you can see, it is a blank page. Now this dashboard page will be further divided into 3 sections: first, second, and third, something like this. This will be the first section, second, and third part. Okay. So in similar manner, we have to divide this page in 3 sections. This is already been made, so we need to do something like this for our page. Okay. So for that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and inside the row, we need to create 3 divs. Okay. First one. So let me copy this div and paste it twice. And inside the first div, I will give a class which will be equal to call lg3, means 3 column. And the second will be class, in the second div, the class will be call lg6. It will be of 6 column. And the in third div will add a class with call lg3 with 3 columns. And here we will give some background color. So we will write style equals to background, and the color will be E0DAD, and I'll copy the style and I'll paste it in the third div. In the second div, we don't want anything, and I'll put some content so you will get an idea. First, second, and this is the third, and I'll give some height as well. So height is which is equal to 1000 pixels, and let me copy this and paste it here, and here we need to write style equals to height, which is 1000 pixels. And let me save this and let's go to the browser and check. So you can see the first column we got a background color, but in third column we have not received any background color. So let's check it. So here we need to add a semicolon, and now if we can see, this whole page is divided into 3 sections: the first one, the second one, and the third one. Okay. So here is the ready template: first one, second one, third one. Similarly, we need to create something like this. So now we have created the basic layout of the dashboard screen. In further lesson, we are going to enhance this a lot. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Welcome back to another video. Now in this dashboard page, we will create user information as shown here. Okay. So this is the user information. This is a complete dashboard page. We will create everything step by step in our project. So right now for this lecture, we will create this section. Okay, so we will create this section. For that, right now it is blank. To create the user information, we need to go to Visual Studio Code I'll remove the height. We don't require the height here. And here also I'll remove the height. And here, let's just remove the text which is written first. Now inside this column, we need to add one more div with a class row. And inside the row, we will add a div with a class name called -11. We need 11 columns, okay? And the text color should be white. For that, the class is text-white. These are all inbuilt Bootstrap classes, so we don't have to write some extra properties for CSS. These are all inbuilt classes. To make the text center, we need to add text center class, and mx-2, this is the margin from x-axis from left and right. So here we need to write mx-2, and we need to give padding bottom 2. So PB stands for padding bottom, and for padding top, PT, padding top 2. And font should be bold, so font -weight -bold. Okay, and we need to close this div, and inside this div we will add the name of the title. So procurement manager. So here I'll paste it, and I'll add one more class. Okay, so here I'll write user info. This class we need to create, so I'll copy this class name and I'll go to style.css, which we have created earlier. Here I'll add a dot and I'll paste the name of the class name, and here we need to write the property. So there are two properties which we need. One is the background color. So the background color would be 93, sorry, A3 9E9C. You can give any color, but I'm using grayish color, so gray. And font family I will add as Arial, and I'll just save this. Just make sure that user-info should be present in this div. Let me save this and let's go to the browser and check our page. So here, as you can see, procurement manager, these are the background colors which we don't require, so I'll remove that as well. We don't require this. And here also I'll remove the height from the second div. I'll remove the whole style which we have added before earlier. So this is the procurement manager title. Okay, now we need this icon and the name of the user. So for that we need to create one more div after this div in the same row, and here we will add a class which is equal to call hyphen. We need 12 columns. Okay, this time we need 12 columns, and the text should be center. So text center and margin top would be 2. And I'll just close this div, and inside this div I need image source, and in the image folder I have a user.png. Width will be 120 px, and we need to add an alt tag, so it is user, and I'll close this image tag. So here if we can see, in this folder I have created an image folder, and here I have used this image user.png, so I'm using the same image here. Okay, so let's check in the browser. Here as you can see, the user image has been displayed, and now we need the username, something like this, John Smith. Okay, so for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and again we will create one more div, add a class with call hyphen 12, 12 columns. Again, the text will be center. Padding top will be 2. Padding bottom will be 2. Font weight should be bold, so font weight bold. And we will add one more class which we will create. So here I'll add that class user hyphen name. This we need to create. So let's copy this and let's go to styles.css, and here I'll add the class, and I want font family to be Vardhana. Let's save this and let's go back to dashboard, and here I'll add the name as John Smith. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. So here, as you can see, John Smith has been displayed with the same styling which we can see here. So this is how we can create the user information box. In this lecture, we have created the user information box. So this is it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we will see what are list group. List group are like tables with multiple rows and single column. List groups are generally used to display the list of title or names. Without much details, you can provide the click functionality for each item. So you can lead to another page or section when the user clicks on an item. List-group class represents the group of list items. List-group-item class represents a single item in the list group. You have to create a UL tag that represents the list of items, an LI tag that represents each single item. And we need to apply list group class to UL tag and apply the list-group-item class to the LI tag. Now we will create the list group. So let's go to the browser and we will create a list group something like this as shown in this web page. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and in this row we need to add one more div, and inside the div tag we need to add a class which is equal to call hyphen 12 because we need 12 columns, and we need to add one more class mb-3 margin bottom with 3 points, and inside the div I will add a ul tag with a class which is equal to list-group, and inside the ul I will add li tag with a class which is equal to list-group-item, and inside the li I will write the content which is manage suppliers. So I'll copy this and I'll go back to Visual Studio Code and I'll paste it here. Then I need 3 more li tags for manage spending, new contact, and value added. So I'll just copy this li tag, the whole li, and I'll paste it 3 times. And I'll copy the names from here. So first is manage spending, new contacts, and value added. Let's save this file and go to the browser and see how it looks. So it looks something like this. So we need a background. So what I'll do is I'll go to Visual Studio Code, and in this row I'll add some background. Style equals to background, and I'll give a gray background. So it is covering the whole row, so I don't need that. We need only for this column. So we need only for this column. So now it will look something like this. This gray is something very light, so that's okay. I mean, we can use this gray also. So now we want to add a small box. So now we wanted to add a count like this inside a small box. This small boxes are called badges. So let's create a badge. In order to create a badge, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here inside the li, I will take a span tag, and I'll add a class which is equal to badges, badge, badge. And to add the color to badge, I'll add a class badge hyphen secondary, and I'll close this span tag, and inside this I will add a content which is 65. Now let's go to the browser and check. So now we have this small box beside this text, but we want it on the right side like this. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and in the li tag I will add few more classes which are dflex, means display flex, and we need to add two more classes which are justify content between, and the other class is align item center. And I'll save this file, and I'll go to the browser to check. So right now if we can see, our badge is on the right side and the text is on the left side, something like this. We have achieved this. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code and copy this classes, all three class, and paste it in all the LIs. And just copy this span tag and paste it in all the LIs. And we need to add some text. So I'll just see what text we can have. Here it is 15. You can add any text you want. Now let's see in the browser. So we have successfully achieved this list group. And similarly, we need to create one more for this, but here I need to add key measure title. So we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and about the UL tag, not about the UL tag, about this div tag, we will add one more div with class name which is equal to call hyphen 12, and here I'll add the text as key measures. So I'll just copy this, and I'll go to Visual Studio Code and I'll paste it here. And here I need to add two more classes, text center, to make the text in the center, pt 2 points, padding top 2 points, padding bottom 2 points. Let's save this file and let's go to the browser. So now you can see key measure title has been appeared, and now similarly we have to create key actions. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and let us copy the entire two divs which we have created, this one and this one. So I'll copy both the divs and I'll paste it below this, and instead of key measure I'll write key actions, and we need only three list items which are 1 2 3, and we don't require badges. So what I'll do is I'll remove this fourth li, and I'll remove this badges, we don't require, and we don't require this extra classes which we have added for the badges. So I'll remove this as well. and then we need to add the text, which is renew partner contract. I'm just copying this and I'll paste it here. And I'll just format the code by pressing Option Shift F. So now the code is formatted, and let me save this file, and let's go to the browser and check whether we are getting the list item. Okay, so now we have successfully created the list group, and we have also added the badges for this. So if I check this, the complete version, it is almost similar, only the color is different, but that is okay. But we have successfully achieved this section as well. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we are going to talk about drop-down menu. Drop-down menu displays the menu items when the user clicks on the button. Drop-down menu is a toggleable menu to display the list of menu items quickly and easily. Div tag represents the entire drop-down menu. The button tag represents the clickable part of the menu. The div tag with the class drop-down-menu represent the actual set of items. So the drop-down class act as a container for drop-down button and drop-down menu. Drop-down-toggle represents the clickable button for drop-down. Data-toggle equals to drop-down attributes specify that the button click should toggle the menu. Drop-down-menu class represents the actual set of menu item inside the drop-down menu. Drop-down-menu class represents the single item in the drop-down menu. So now we will create two drop-downs. Let me show you the two drop-downs which we need to create. So these are the two drop-downs which we need to create, all regions, which is having options east, west, north, south, and this drop-down contains the year. Okay. So to create this two drop-downs, here we need to create two drop-downs. So we need to go to the Visual Studio Code, and in the second box, we need to add a div tag with a class name row. So I'll remove this second, and here I will add a div tag with a class equals to row, and I'll close this div tag, and inside the row we will add one more div with the class name call -12 and padding top 0 and padding bottom with 2 points. And I'll apply a background with an inline style background which is equal to E9, E6, E6. And I'll close this div tag. And inside this div tag, we will take one more div. This is some extra thing which has come, so I'll remove this. And inside this div tag, I will take one more div with a class equals to row, and I'll close this div tag. And here I will add one more class empty hyphen 2 points, and I'll press enter. So let me save this file and let's go to the browser. So this will occupy two columns. So if you can see the template which is already made, so this is occupying two columns. One of the div will contain 6 columns and the remaining will contain the 6 column. So inside the row we will take two divs with a class called -6. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here I will take two divs with a class called -6, and we need one more div, but we'll create that later. First we need to finish this. And here I will add one more class, text left, because we need the text to be left aligned. And inside this, we will add one more div with the class equals to dropdown. And here I will add the button with the class which is equal to button secondary to add some color to the button. And we need to add one more class which is dropdown hyphen toggle, and the type is equal to button. And we need to give some ID which is equal to my dropdown menu button. And here we need to write data hyphen toggle equals to dropdown. And let's close this button tag, and let's just format option shift F. So it is already formatted. So here you can see inside this button we will add a text all region. Let's save this file and let's go to the browser and check. So as you can see here, we have created the button, but we need the options east, west, north, south. So let's go to the browser. So with Visual Studio Code, and after the button tag, we will add one more div where we are going to create the actual menu. So after the button, we are going to create one more div with the class equals to drop down menu. And we need to add a tag with hyperlink as hash. And inside the a tag, we will give the list which is east. There are three more. So east, west, north, south, east, west, north, south. And here we need to add a class which is equal to drop down item. We need to add the class in all the a tags. So let's copy this, paste it here and here as well. Let's save this file. Now the menu is ready. Let's check in the browser. So let's go to the browser and check. Let's refresh once. And if I click, so you can see we are getting all the options east, west, north, south. So now we need to create another drop down for the years. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code and let's copy the entire div and paste it here. And instead of all region, we require the year. So by default, it will be 2019, and remaining we will add here 2019, 2020, sorry, 2018, 2017, 2016, and we need one more 2015. Let's save this, and we need to give the ID a different name. So we'll give 2, and let's save this file and let's go to the browser and check. So here we go. We have the second drop down as well, but it should be on the right side. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and instead of text left, we will write text right. So it will align on the right side. So here we go. We have two drop downs, one with all regions and one with the years. So we have successfully created the two drop downs, and it will look something like this as it is in this actual template. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we will talk about donut chart. Donut charts are divided into segments. The arc of each segment shows the professional value of each piece of data. Donut charts are excellent at showing the relational profession between data. Each series that you plot in it, donut chart adds a ring to the chart. The data property represents the actual data values. The background color property represents an array of colors of item in the chart. The label property represents an array of labels for each item. So we are going to create a chart by using chart.js. So this course does not cover the chart.js fully. I will show you quick demos of chart.js. So what are we going to create? Let me show you what are we going to create. We are going to create this section. Once I refresh this, you can see this is a donut chart which we are going to create, which shows how many contracted suppliers and how many are unlisted suppliers through a donut chart. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and in the last lecture I've deleted one div by mistake. So before this third column, okay, if you can see, this is the text third. Before this div we need to add one closing div, which I by mistake I have deleted in my earlier lecture. So if I go to the browser and I show you the mistake, so here you can see the third uh, column is coming here, but it should be on this side, on the right side. If I save this file and if I go to the browser, now you can see third column is in the right place. So now moving further, we need to add a donut chart. For that, inside this row, okay, inside this row we will add one more column, one more div. So let's minimize, let's close this, and inside this row we will add one more div with a class which is equal to call hyphen 12 and mx auto, which will make the div in the center. Margin top 1 point. Text should be white. For that, the class is text hyphen white. Text should be in the center, so text hyphen center. Pairing top 2 points, pairing bottom 2 points. mx hyphen 2, which means that from the left and right it will add some space. For rounded corner we will add a class rounded, and font should be bold, so font weight bold. And we will add some background color, so style equals to background, which is 718D97, and I'll close this div tag, and inside the div I will write the text, which is, let me copy the text from here, supplier compliance stat. So let's paste it here, and I'll format the text by pressing Option Shift F. Okay, so now the code is formatted. Let's save this and let's go to the browser and check. So it will look something like this. Now we will divide this area in two sections. One is 4 column and the second one will be 8 columns. So here you can see this is 4 column and this is 8 column. So we need this area. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. So after this div, we will add one more div with a class which is equal to call hyphen 12. And inside this div, we will add a class with a row. And inside this div, we will add a class which is equal to all hyphen lg hyphen 4. It means that in the large screen, it will occupy 4 columns. So if the screen is less than large screen, it will take 12 columns. And we need to apply right border. So for that, we need to add border hyphen right. And I'll close this div. And I'll add one more div inside this with a class which is equal to text center, because we need the text to be in center, and margin bottom will be 0. Let's close this div tag, and inside I will add h1 tag with the title supplier. Let's save this and let's go to the browser and check. So here you can see the title supplier, and as you can see there is a right bottom. So now we need to add a canvas for this chart. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code. In order to represent the chart, I will add a div tag. So here we need to add a div tag with a class name, margin top 0, and padding bottom hyphen 1 point. And we need to close the div tag. And inside the div tag, I will add a canvas tag that will have some ID, for example, supplier chart. And this canvas will have a width which is equal to 100 pixels and height which is equal to 100 pixels. And let's close this canvas. And in order to load the chart in the canvas, we need to write some JavaScript code with the help of chart.js. So above the body tag, here above the body tag, we need to add a script tag, and inside the script, we will declare a variable called var ctxt1 equals to document dot get element by id. So getting the canvas object based on the id, which is supplier chart. Now we need to create an object named data1. So var data1, which is equal to, let's open and close curly braces, and inside this we will have a property name called dataset, and this property will have two data values. So for data there will be two values. First one is 61 and the second one is 39. And the first value 61 should have a background color which is equal to hash a0 90f471, and the other value 39 should have a background color, should have another background color. For that we need to write hash 78f78380. Now we need to provide labels. So here I will write labels, and the label for the first item is 61% contracted suppliers, and the label for the second item is unlisted suppliers. Now we have created the data. Now we will create the chart and inject the same into the canvas by creating a new chart object. So here we need to write var my donut chart 1 equals to new object, new chart, and passing the context as the first argument. and type of the chart is Doughnut, and data is data1 object that we have created before a moment. Now we need to import chart.js in order to work with chart.js. So that for that we need to go to browser, and this is the URL where we can get the chart.js CDN. So I'll copy this URL. So you just need to go to chart.js.org/talks/latest/getting started, and you will find this script. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll go to Visual Studio Code, and at the top of the page where all the scripts are loading, I'll paste this as well. And I'll save this, and so we are done with the chart. Let's check in the browser. So I'll go on with browser and I'll refresh the page. Okay, so we need to click on go live. So here you can see we are getting the chart, but there is no color. So we need to check why this color is not applying. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and okay, so here we need to write color. Let's save this, and here I forgot to write 39% unlisted suppliers. Okay, so let's go to the browser. Now you can see the color has been applied, and if I refresh, the chart is refreshing. Okay. In our course, I am providing very minimum explanation on chart.js because our main goal is of this course is Bootstrap 4. And if you want to learn more about chart.js, then you can visit this website chart.js.org, and you will get all the details, and you can just check the documentation. So, but my main goal is to work on Bootstrap 4. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Welcome back to another video. A line chart is a way of plotting data points on a line. Often it is used to show trends of data. A line chart is a type of chart which displays information as a series of data points, called markers, connected by straight line segments. The data property represents the actual data values including border color and labels. The scales property represents data for x-axis and y-axis. The background color property represents color of items in the chart. The labels property represents an array of labels for each item. The point style property represents the type of points shown in the chart. The legends display property represents whether you want to display the legend at the top of the chart or not. Now what are we going to create? We are going to create this part which includes 3-line graphs. Now let's go to Visual Studio Code. So after this div tag, which occupies 4 columns, we will add one more div tag which occupies 8 columns with a class equals to call -lg -8, and we will close this div tag, and inside this div we will take a table by using table tag with the class table to apply bootstrap styling. And I will add one more class table-borderless. It means that the table will be without borders. And I'll close this table tag, and inside this table I will take row, the first row, and inside the first row I will take the first TD that occupies 2 cells. Call span equals to 2, and we will add one more TD, and inside that TD we will take a div with a class text center to make the text align center, and in this div we will take a heading tag which is h6, and we will write the heading here which is 5 years trend, and I will apply some color for this text by using inline style. And let me save this file and let's go to the browser and check. So we are getting this title 5 years trend, and it will look something like this. Now we will create another row. For that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here below this tr we need to create one more tr, and inside we'll create a td, and the first td will have the content total spending, and we need to create one more th, and that will contain some amount. So, and in the last td we will have the canvas tag which will have an id total spending chart with a width of 100 pixels, and height we will keep it as 20. And let's close this canvas tag. Now we will load chart inside the canvas. So for that we need to write some JavaScript. So here we need to copy this code which we have already written, and this was for chart 1. So I'll add a comment chart 1, and below this we will write a comment for chart 2, and here I'll paste the code. Okay, and then we will change the name of variables. So instead of 1 we will add 2, and here the id of canvas will be total spending chart. So here you can provide any number of data. So I'll change it to, as we are providing 5 years data, so I'll change it to 10, 10, 8, 12, and 11. So we don't require background color. We need border color. So border color, which will be, we don't require this array. We need only one border color, that is E81440, and the labels are, I'll remove this. The labels are 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. And the chart type will be line, and here I will add label which is equal to spending, and I'll add a comma. And here we will add options. So in the options object we will add options. So this is the object, and the options are point, style, which will be circle. So this closing should be here. So now point style is circle, and I'll keep the legend as fall because I don't want the legend. So legend, and then display will be false. and here I need to give a comma. And similarly for scales, I don't want the scales on y or x axis, so y axis equal to display false. Here we need to have a curly braces. And similarly for grid lines, I don't want a grid lines, so for grid lines I'll keep the display as false. And like we did for y-axis, we need to copy this code and we need to do it for x-axis. So I put a comma and I'll paste it, and here I'll add x-axis. Okay, Option Shift F to format the code. So here we don't require this round brackets, so I'll remove this. So here there is a mistake. This curly braces should not be closed here. So there will be one more closing curly braces. Okay, so let's save this and check in the browser. So let me refresh. So I can't see the chart. Let's see what is the mistake. So here the spelling is wrong or false, F-A-L-S-E. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. And here this is variable name is my donut chart 2. Instead of this, we will write line chart 2. Okay, let's save this and now let's go to the browser and check. So right now you can see we can see the line graph. So similarly, we have to make two more line graphs. So for that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here we need to copy the tr and paste it because we need two more. So I'll paste it twice. And here instead of total spending, I will write saving, and the amount I will change it to 96, comma 768. And here instead of and here I'll change the ID to savings chart. And instead of total spending, here I'll write foregone savings, and the amount I will update to 52, 54, 546. Okay, and here the ID will be foregone saving chart. So now we have created two more rows. Now we need to write some JavaScript for that. So what I'll do is, this is for chart 2. So I'll copy this whole thing and I'll paste it. And here we need to change the variable name from 2. Instead of 2, we will write 3. Here the ID is savings chart data 3. Labels is saving, and the data we will change it to 10, 11, 15, 12, and 9. And border color we need to change to 80, B6, F4. This is line chart 3. Here we need to change it to 3. Rest everything is fine. This is for chart 3, so I'll add a comment chart 3, and then again I'll copy this entire code and I'll paste it. Here I'll give it chart4. So we need to change the variable name, and the ID is for, let me copy the ID from the top. Let's copy this and I'll paste it here. Here I'll write foregone savings, and here the data will be 10, 14, 16, 13, and 20. And the color I need to change it to FC8658, and this is line chart 4. This is 4. This is 4. Let's save this, and I think we are done with this. Let's see in the browser. Let me refresh. So here are the final 3 charts we are getting. So as you can see, we have completed this line chart section as well. So if you want to know more about line charts, you can go to chart.js org and you can just check the documentation for line chart. So this is it for this video. We have completed the line chart section, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Welcome back to another video. A progress bar can be used to show a user how far along the user is in a progress. Place a div tag that represents the progress bar. Place another div tag inside it to represent the actual process inside the progress bar. The process class represents the progress bar. The progress-bar class represents the progress inside the progress bar. The role equals to progress bar. Specify that the div tag is a part of progress bar. Background-color property represents the background color of progress bar. So let's see what are we going to build. We are going to create this section. So to create this section, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and after this div supplier compliance stat, after this div we need to close this div, and here we need to create one more div with a class which is equal to call -12, and inside this div we need to add a table with a table tag, and we will use a class table to apply the bootstrap properties for table. Inside we will add one row, so we need to add tr, and inside the tr we will add 3 heading rows. So this is the first one. I need to copy this and paste it twice. So the first one will be category and top suppliers, and the second one is hash supplier, and the third one is share of managed suppliers. Let me save this and let's go to the browser and check how it looks. So I need to refresh the page. So this is how it will look. We got the 3 titles, okay, category and top supplier, suppliers, and share of managed suppliers, which we can see here. Okay, so moving further, so now we need to add data rows to the table. For that we need to go to Visual Studio Code and we need to add one more row. So for that we need to add tr, and inside tr the first td will contain category 1, And on the second line, we will write the supplier. So to get the content on the second line, we use break tag supplier 0056. And this category one should be bold. For that, we need to use strong tag. So I'll just use this. And the second TD will have a class which is equal to text center. And inside this TD, we will add the number 610. And in the last TD, we will have a div tag with a class which is equal to progress. As we need progress bar in order to represent the actual progress in the progress bar, we need an inner div with a class which is equal to progress bar. You can apply the background color for that by using a class bg success. These are all inbuilt Bootstrap classes, okay? And we need to apply role which is equal to progress bar. And I'll close this div tag. And here we need to apply width. So I'll write an inline style for that. Width equals to 75%. And here the content will be 75%. Let's save this file and let's go to the browser and check what are we getting. Let me refresh. Okay, we need to start. And here it is, you can see the progress bar, but we need to increase the height of this. So for that, we need to write an inline style here. Style equals to width, sorry, height, which is 24 pixels. Okay, let's save this and let's go to the browser. So right now you can see the height is increased. Now similarly, we have to make all this in a similar way. So we just need to copy the tr and we need to paste it here, and then we can change the content. So this is category 2, supplier is 0081, and the text is 15. Now this is 47%. So 47. Let's save this. Let's check it in the browser. We need to change the color. This is BG warning. So here we go. Okay. So similarly, I will add. There's only one change here. So I'll show you that. So here the category 30208, category 30208. This name you can enter anything you want. The number you can put anything. This is 20 and the width is 63%. So 63. Here also I'll change it to 63. And here we need to add one more class, progress bar hyphen stripe, progress hyphen bar hyphen stripe. And let me save this, and the color is danger because it is red color. Okay, so now if I check, you can see there are stripes in the background. So in this way you can add stripes. Okay, and for this the bg color is bg info. Let me complete this so that you can have an idea. Okay, so this is category 4 064829 0648, and this is 29. percentage is 36, and color is PG info. Okay, so let me create one more category. Category 5, 8255. Sorry, supplier is 0401, 8255. PG is dark. Okay, the 71%. So here also we need to change to 71%. Okay, now let's save this and let's go to the browser. Okay, so you can see. So here the text is black. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here we can add a text color which is text dark. And if you can see, now the text is black. So in this way you can add one more category. Okay, so try and add one more category. This BG is light. So BG hyphen light, you can add BG hyphen light instead of BG hyphen dark. Just add BG hyphen light. Okay, so you will get that color. Rest of the things you just need to change. Okay, so you are going to do this. This is a task. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we are going to create this section. So to create this section, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here in the third column, we need to remove the content of third, and here I'll take a div with a class equals to row, and inside the div, we will take one more div with a class which is equal to call hyphen lg hyphen 12, margin top 1 point and padding bottom 1 point, and border bottom, and the color for border would be border bottom border light, sorry, border light. And I will close this div tag, and inside this div I'll take one more div with a class which is equal to row, and inside this we will take one more div with a class which is equal to call hyphen 12. We need 12 column, and my hyphen 1, we need the margin, sorry, my hyphen 1, we need the margin from of y-axis to be 1 point, which means from margin from top and bottom. And I'll close this div tag, and then we need one more div inside that with a class row, and inside now here we need three columns, 1 2 3. So 3 call hyphen 3, call hyphen 3, and call hyphen 6. So we need to take one div with class equals to call hyphen 3. Okay, and I'll take copy this and I'll paste it twice, call hyphen 3, call hyphen 6. Okay, so these are the three columns, and inside the first column we will add the star icon. So I equals class equals to fa font awesome hyphen star hyphen o, and I need the padding for that, so padding hyphen 2, and I'll close this div tag, and I'll give a background color for this, so style background color which is equal to EEE B4B, and I need border radius, so border radius 15px. And in this div, I will add the content as 8, and here I will add a content of gold partner. Let me save this file and let's go to the browser. Okay, we are getting some issue. I think the name of the icon is wrong, so not start, it is star hyphen o. Let's see. So we are getting some issues. So let's go in Visual Studio Code, and instead of fa hyphen star hyphen o, I'll remove, and I will keep it as fa hyphen star, and I'll remove the padding, and let's save it and let's go to the browser. So now you can see we can have a star, but we will not be able to, I'm not able to get this star because fa hyphen star hyphen 0 is not, it hyphen o is not working. As you can see, font awesome cheat sheet. Let me search star. So here I'm not able to find the star. Here we can get only this star which is having a solid. So let me put this FAS FA star. Save this and let's go to the browser. Still I'm getting the same thing. We are getting some error. So let's use this star. Okay. So let's use this star. It's okay. Uh, so we have added one row and we need the background. So the color which I've used here, I'll use same color here. So for that, I'll add a style equals to background, and the color is CCC, grayish color. So as you can see, we can get the border and have the star. We can make it smaller. The size of star, we can make it smaller. So what I will do is like I will add a width, which is like 10px. Let's see it is working or not. 10px. Okay, let's see. So with this getting smaller, but it is not looking good. So let's keep as it is. Okay, and now we need to add two more stars. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to copy this column. So okay, let's copy this column. We'll paste it twice because we need two stars, and the content for this is, what is the content? Let's check. 5500. So this is 55 and this is 100, and this is silver partner, bronze partner. So silver, and this is bronze. And the color we need, so for this the color is, and for this the color for the last one is C ED 7F32. Let's save this. Let's go to the browser. So as you can see, uh, this color is not visible, so let's make it white. So here the padding is not working. If I add padding, so it is giving an error issue. So let's save this and let's keep it as it is. So we have successfully completed this section. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video we are going to create this section, the bar chart section. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and in this row we need to add one more column like this. So if I close this, so here we need to add one more div with a class which is equal to call hyphen lg hyphen 12, and inside this div I will take h6 and with a class which is equal to text center, and the title will be average procurement cycle. Let's save this and let's go to the browser and check. So here I'm getting the title, and now we will add this bar chart. So for that we need to again add one more div with a class call hyphen lg hyphen 12, and inside this div I will take canvas tag with an id which is equal to procure procurement cycle chart with a width of 220 pixels and height will be 100. Let me close this canvas tag, and to load the chart inside this canvas we need to add some JavaScript. So we need to scroll down, and here we need to copy this code and we need to paste it, and we need to make some changes. So this is chart 5. We need to, instead of 4, we need to rename it to 5. Okay, so here data 4, we need to change it to data 5, and the id is procurement cycle chart. In the dataset property the label will be 2019, and in data we need to add x. On x-axis we will have short, and on y-axis we will have 16, and the second property is x-axis we will have medium, and on y-axis we will have 48, and similarly we need third property, x-axis would be long and y-axis will have the value of 36. We need the border color, so border color will be FC8658, and we even need the background color, so background color will be different for all the three properties. So for that we need to take an array, and the first background will be 3EE074, and the second background will be 4382B2, and the third one will be AF151F, and labels will be short 16%, second label will be medium 48%, and the third label would be long 36%. Okay, and the remaining two we don't require, so we only have three. So let us save this file, and here we need, instead of line chart we will add bar chart 5, and here it is, we need to change it to 5. Type is bar data 5. We don't require this in options, and legend I'll keep it as display false, and here on y-axis I need stack to be through. Okay, stack to be through. Let me save this file and let's go to the browser and check. So here we go. We are getting the bar chart. So this is how we can create a bar chart. So we have successfully completed this section as well. So this is it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we are going to create this section where I can click on any year of sales and you can find the details of that particular year. So to create this type of user experience, we are going to use Accordion. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and after this div, we need to create one more div with a class which is equal to call hyphen lg hyphen 12, and inside this div, we will add one more div with a class which is equal to Accordion, and we need to give an ID which is equal to my accordion. You can give any name you want, but I am giving my accordion. And inside this div, we will take one more div with a class card, and we need to close this div. And inside this div, we will take one more div with a class which is equal to card header. So what is card? A card is a box that has header and some content. So this is the header div. So we have given the class name, and for background color we need to write a class bg hyphen secondary, and we need to give an id which is equal to first heading. Again, you can give any name you want, and inside this div we will take h2 tag with a class which is equal to margin bottom 0, and inside this h2 tag we will take button with a class which is equal to btn hyphen link, and we need the white text, so text hyphen white, and the type is equal to button data toggle data hyphen toggle equal to collapse, and then we need to write data target which is equal to id first. The name of the id is first box, and we need to close this button tag, and inside we will give sales 2019, the name of the year. Let me save this file and let's go to the browser and check. So let me refresh. So this is how the header will look. So we have completed the card header part, but we need the body part as well. So once you click, you need to see the content. For that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and after card header, we will add one more div with an ID which is equal to first box, the name of the ID which we have given here, first box. We need to write the same ID here as well, and the class which is equal to collapse, and we need to show when the page loads, the accordion will be open. So for that, we need to write a class show, so it will show the content. So, and then we need to write data hyphen parent which is equal to my accordion, and we need to close this div, and inside this div we will add one more div with a class which is equal to card hyphen body, and here I will write some text, hello world, and let's save this file and let's check whether we are getting. So we are getting the content, but we are not able to expand and collapse. So let's see. So we forgot to write hash because it is an ID. Once I save this file and if I go to which browser, now if you can see, we are able to toggle, we are able to expand and collapse. Okay. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and here accordion spelling is wrong. So I'll just correct accordion spelling, and and then we can save this file and let's check it. So we are able to toggle the card, and I'll put some actual text. So I'll remove the hello world and I'll add a table with a table tag and a class which is equal to table to add some bootstrap styling. And inside this table I'll add t head, and inside t head I will add tr, and I'll add th table head with the name region, and second would be sales, and third would be blank. We don't need anything in the third one. And then we need table body, t body. Okay, and so in t body we need first tr, and inside the tr we will add td with east, and second td will have amount which is 77,391. You can add anything you want. Third one will be an icon, I class equals to fa font awesome hyphen arrow circle up, and let's close this icon, and let's save this file and let's check in the browser. As you can see, we have created this first row. Okay, similarly we can add few more for west, like we did for east. We can do it for west, north, and south. Okay, so east, west, amount you can add anything you want. This is just a dummy thing. North, and this is south. So you can add anything you want. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. You can see east, west, north, south. The text has been added, and similarly we need two more, sales 2018 and 2017. So this is how we can duplicate. We can just copy this card, the whole thing, and we can paste it, and then we can just change uh, the headings, the IDs. Okay, so first heading, this will be second heading, and then this is first box, so this is second one. That was the first one, this is the second one. My accordion 2, here is the ID. Okay, so we don't need to change anything. This is the first box, so we need to change this to second box. Okay, and what else we need to change? Nothing. Let's save this. Okay, we need to change the year, sales 2018. I am keeping the content same. Let's see whether the functionality is working or not. So refresh it, and then this is 2000. Okay, here one more thing we need to remove this because the first one we have kept it as show. So yeah, this is working fine. 2018 is also working fine. We can change the text. Okay, we can change this whatever you want. So now we require one more, 2017. So this is a challenge. You can just add the third one on your own. So this is a challenge and you can do it on your own. Just copy the card content which I have got this whole div, and you can just replace the IDs and try it by yourself. This is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In the last lecture, we have completed dashboard page. So in this video, we will see how to display image on a web page. So there are different style of image class in Bootstrap. So where are we going to place the image? So let's see that. So this is the image which we are going to place on the home page. So here is our home page which we want to display. This is the page which is already completed. So here we need to place the image. This is index.html. We have completed dashboard page. Now we will see the home page. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here this is the index.html page, and after nav we need to add a div tag, and inside div we will add a image tag, and we will write src equals to, and we need to find the image. So this is the image, and here is the class. So there are different types of classes. So first we will see image fluid class. So img hyphen fluid, and we need to add a alt text. So India 2. Okay. So let's close this tag, image tag, and let's save this. And if I go to the home page, here you can see. So by using image fluid class, the size of the image is 100%. So if I inspect this, so here you can see image fluid, and the width is max width is 100%, height is auto. So the width of the image will be 100%. It means whatever the page size is, it will take that image to 100%. Okay. And the second one is, let me give a width here. So if I give a width which is equal to, let's say, 600 pixels, and if I remove this class, and the other class is image thumbnail. Okay, if I save this and if I go to the browser, so here you can see the image width is 600, and there is a frame like border around the image. If I zoom a little, you can see there is a frame like border around the image like a thumbnail. So image thumbnail class create a frame like border around the image. Okay, and the next one is rounded. So if I save this and if I go to the browser, so as you can see, the image corners have been rounded. Okay, so the rounded class helps to create rounded a round radius on the image, and the other class is float left. If I save this and if I go to the browser, so now the image is on the left side, left aligned. So image is left aligned. Okay, and if I give a class float right, so the image will be on the right align. Okay, and there are two more classes. One is mx auto. It displays the image at the center. So let me refresh. Let's make the width of this image little less. I'll make it 300. mx auto, and we need to add one more d block. Okay, display block. So now the image will be in center, and d block makes the position of the image individually. So these are the classes which we can use for image, but for this course and for this lecture, for this page, we need the class image fluid because we need 100%. So let's remove this width. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we have placed the image here. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we are going to talk about Jumbotron and where are we going to use the Jumbotron. So let's see where are we going to use the Jumbotron. So as you can see here, we are going to use Jumbotron. So right now, this is the site which we are working on. So we need to add a Jumbotron in this area like this. So this is the Jumbotron, and if I take you to Bootstrap website, And if you search Jumbotron here, okay, so this is the Jumbotron which you will see. So here you can see everything is given, what are the classes which we need to use. So let's use the Jumbotron for this section like this. Okay, so for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and in container fluid we need to add a div with a class Jumbotron, and inside Jumbotron we will add h1 tag, and we will give a title, welcome to India 2, and inside this we will add a p tag, and inside p tag we will add some text. So let's copy the text from here. So this is a dummy text. Option Shift F to format the code. Let's save this and let's see in the browser how it is looking. So you can see this Jumbotron. We have successfully added Jumbotron, and we need to add few more classes. Okay, so here we need to add class which is equal to display one. So there are four types of class: display 1, 2, 3, 4. The size, the font size is different. So for display 1 you can see the size is too big. So the difference between the h1 tag and the class display 1 is that the font weight is different. Okay, display classes have less font weight as compared to h1 tag. H1 tag has more font weight, so the font weight will look heavy, but if we use display class, so the font weight is less. So if I use display 2, so you can see there is a change in that. So why not we use display 4? Okay, we will keep it as display 2. Okay, so here in p tag also we need to add a class so that the font will look different. Right now the font is not looking that great, so as you can see the font has increased, the size of font has increased, and the line height has also been increased. These two things, and I want to add a learn more button here and an HR tag. This line we need to add this horizontal line. So for that, after the p tag we will add HR tag and save it. So here if you can see this horizontal line has been added, and after that we will add an a tag, href equals to hashtag, because right now I'll want to keep, once the user click on this button, it should remain on the same page. And we need to add class which is btn success, because we need green color, and btn large, so that the button should look big. Okay, and we will close this a tag, and inside this a tag we will write learn more. And let's save this and let's go to the browser. So success spelling is wrong. So as you can see, this button has been added of learn more, and if I click, it will remain on the same page. So this is how we can create a Jumbotron in the web page. Uh, if you want to learn more about Jumbotron, you can visit this website, getbootstrap.com, and you can search for Jumbotron. As you can see, if you want to add a class my-4, so this is for y-axis margin from top and bottom. So you can add that as well. And if you want to see, you can inspect and you can just see how the class which we have added, how it behaves. Okay, so if I click here and if I open this Jumbotron, here is the, from margin bottom it is 1.5 rem, and margin top it is 1.5 rem. So from top and bottom it takes some space. Okay, so you can just go through this document if you want. Otherwise, I have explained you what is Jumbotron and how it looks. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we will create the remaining sections. for the home page. So these are the remaining sections. So we have completed till here the Jumbotron. Okay. Now we need to create these sections. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and let me first show you our home page. So this is our home page, and I will like to remove this four divs which we have created earlier. This we don't require. So let's remove that first. So these were the four divs which we have created earlier. So I will remove this, and I'll remove the h1 tag. We don't require this as well. And inside this, I will add a div with a class called -12, and I'll use media. Okay. So what is media? So if you search your media, you will get this media object, and this is the media. Okay. So we need to take a div media. This will be the media heading, and this will be the text. Okay. So as you can see here, this is the media heading and the text. So we will use this media object to create this section. Okay. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and here I'll add a div with a class equals to media, and inside I'll add image source which is equal to images slash cruise, and I'll add an alt tag. Alt tag will be cruise, and I will add a width which is equal to 150 px, and I want to add a class. Okay, let me first complete this image, and after this I will add one more div with a class which is equal to media body, and inside this I will add h5 tag which is Christmas. Okay, let me copy. So Christmas delight of India. Okay, let's copy this, paste it here, and inside this I will add some content. So after h5 tag I will add some content which is this. So let me copy this, and let's paste it here, and need to format this to Option Shift F. Okay, so let's save this, and let's go to the browser and check what are we getting. So this is it. There's an image, title, and the text. So if you can see, there is no space in between image and the text. So for that we need to add a class which is equal to margin right 3 points. Save this, and now if you can see, there is a space in between the image and the text. So what this media do, once you place this class media, and if you place the image inside it and then the media body, the image will be on the left side and the text would be on the side of this image. So it will be like side by side. So as you can see here, there's an image heading and a text. Okay. So this is how we can use media to create this section. Now we will create this title, popular destination. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and I will take one more div after this column, div call class which is equal to call -12, and I'll take h1 tag, and I'll copy this, and I'll paste it here, and I'll add a custom class which is equal to popular destinations, and let me copy this, and I'll go to style sheet, and here I will add that class, and inside that I will write some CSS property. So first one is background color is F8. Okay, then we will add border which is 1 pixel solid, and the color is 03 B903. We need to add border radius, which is 120 px from top left, and top right is 5 px, then 5 px from bottom right, and from bottom left 120 px. Text align would be center. Padding is 5 px. Font size 30 px. Letter spacing 3 px. Font family Franklin Gothic medium. And then we need to add box shadow, which is 0 px, 0 px, 2 px, and the color is sky blue. And let's save this file, and let's go to the browser and check. The styling is not proper, so we need to find out what's wrong with the styling. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. We need to remove this 120 pixels and 5 pixels. Okay, and if I go to the browser, we can see we are getting exactly the same thing here we are getting here. Okay, so this is top left and bottom right, top left and bottom right, and top right and bottom left, 5 px. So now I need margin left and margin right. So I need to go to index.html, and here I will add margin left for large device 5 points, and margin right for large device 5 points. Let me save this, and let's go to the browser. As you can see, we are getting the margin from left and right. Now we will work on this section. Okay, so let's, after this popular destination, we will add that section. So for that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and after this column, we will take one more div with a class which is equal to call -lg6, and we need two more classes for that, that are padding top 2 points, padding bottom 2 points. And I'll close this div, and inside this div, I even need a background color, so style. So I'll give an inline style background, which is equal to E0 DFDA. And inside this, I will add one more div with a class media. And we need to take the image src equals to images, and I need goa.jpg, and alt tag will be goa, and class will be margin right 3 points. Width I'll keep it as 300 pixels, and let's close this tag, and then I'll take a div with a class card media, sorry, media body, and inside I'll take h3 tag, which is goa, and I need to add some classes. So class equals to margin top 0 point and margin bottom 1 point. And then after this h3 tag, I will take h5 tag, beach capital of India, and I'll take one more div with a class which is equal to text justify, and inside this I will add some text. So let me copy this text from here. Let's go to Visual Studio Code, and I'll paste it here. To format, Option Shift F. If you are Windows user, Alt Shift F. Okay. Let's save this, and let's see in the browser. So as you can see, we are getting an image, title, a subtitle, and the content. So I need a button for this, like here, learn more. So like we did earlier, we will take an a tag, href would be hash, and then class, which is equal to btn, button success. And inside I'll write learn more. Let's see in the browser. So we are getting this learn more button as well. Okay, this is a primary color. So primary, save this and let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the color is okay. This is something different color, but I'll keep it this blue color. Okay, or maybe I can keep the same color. So let's keep it success. This is much better because there will be a consistency with the colors. So in the same way, we need to add the remaining divs. Okay, so let's go to the browser, and this is the div which we need to copy. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. If I save this and if I go to the browser, you can see, let me refresh. So as you can see, there is a paragraph here, and the remaining text is coming here. So for that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and I'll show you how to do that as well. So let me cut this paragraph, and this is the media body div. Okay. After this div, I need to paste this, and let me copy some content from here, and let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and I'll paste it here. Okay. So let's save this, and now let's go to the browser and check whether we are getting. Oh, we are getting some issue. So let's check it. This is the media body. Okay, so we need to remove this div. Okay, we need to cut, and we need to uh, paste after this div, media div. Okay, so let's save this and let's go to the browser and check. So now, as you can see, we have successfully added the content like this, and learn more should be after that. So I'll cut this learn more and I'll paste it here. Now let's check. So as you can see, learn more button is here. Similarly, we can add the content for Kochi, Varanasi, Srinagar. Okay, so uh, I'll complete this too, and I'll give a task to complete this one. Okay, so you need to complete, or I'll complete this Kochi, and you need to complete Varanasi and Srinagar. Okay, so let me complete the Kochi uh, block. Okay, so this is the div which you need to copy. So just close this and copy this whole div and paste it here. And we need to change the title. So Kochi. So I'll just copy and paste Queen of Arabian Sea. Kochi, also known as, okay. So let me copy this. Option Shift F, and let's copy the entire paragraph. And the image is, let me search the image. Here is the image, Kochi. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. Okay. So here we go. I have successfully added this block. So the remaining two blocks you need to add. Okay. And then so I'll move further and I'll complete this section. Indian climate. Okay. For that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code and we need to add one more row after this. So I'll add one more row, div class, which is equal to row. And inside the row, we will take one more div with a class call hyphen 12. And inside this, I will take one h1 tag. And here I'll write Indian climate. Let me save this file and let's go to the browser and check. So if you can see here, uh, we have got the title in h1 tag Indian climate, and now what we need is four columns. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and inside the row I will add one more div with the class which is equal to call hyphen lg3, and inside this I will add one div, and inside that I will take one image tag with the source image slash summer, and I need a height of 200 pixels. But before that, I will add an alt tag. So summer style. So here I'll add style equals to height 200 pixels. And after that, I will add h5 tag. And inside that, I will write summer. And I need an inline style for font family. So style equals to font family impact. Okay. So let me save this, and after that I will add a p tag. So here we need a p tag, and inside the p tag I will add a class which is equal to text justify, and here we need to add the content. So I'll go to the browser and I'll just copy this. Let's go back, and to format option shift F. Let me save this and let's go to the browser and check. So here as you can see, we have got this box, and we need to add for this all the three. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this section. I'll and I'll paste it three times, one, two, three, and we need to change the title. Here it is winter, and here we need to add winter alt tag. So this is winter. Okay, here I'll just copy this tag. This you can add anything you want. I'm just adding as per the dummy website. So here I'll add this. Now rainy. So rainy. So I'm not adding the text here. So spring, because all this is dummy. So spring. Let's save this and let's go to the browser and check. So here it is. Summer, winter, rainy, and okay. So let's change the title. This is rainy. Save this, and as you can see, we got the titles and the description. I have kept it same. You can change it whatever you want. So now we will work on the footer. So this is the footer. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and we will add one more row after this row. So let me add one more row. Let's minimize this and I'll add one more div after this row with a class row, and inside the row, okay, there are a few more classes which I need to add: padding top 2 points, padding bottom 2 points, style equals to background hash 7A7678, and the color should be white. And inside this div, I will take one more div with a class called hyphen md8. Okay, we need a block of 8 columns, and inside I will give a div. Sorry, inside I'll give h4 tag, h4, and I'll write contact. And after at h4 tag, I'll take one more div. Okay, so I took this div, and inside I will write Department of Tourism. This is a dummy text, so I'll paste it here. Should be bold, so strong. And now I will add a break tag, and after the break I need a text mg road. Okay, this is also dummy, and I'll add one more break, and then I'll add a map like this. Sorry, here is the map, phone icon, and email icon. So I class equals to font awesome hyphen fa hyphen map hyphen maker, and I'll close this and need some space, so nb sp for space, and after the space I'll write Mumbai, India, and I need two more icons for fa hyphen phone, same nbsp, and phone number I will add some dummy phone number plus 91, and then I'll add some dummy. Okay, so dummy, I we need a class, so class equals to fa hyphen envelope, and here nbsp, and email is like test@india.com. Let me save this and let's go to the browser and check. So here it is, we are getting this 3, but I'm not getting the map. So map, let's check the map icon in font awesome. So here is the options. So here it is, map maker alt. So we need this. Let's save this and let's go to the. So now we can have this icon. Sorry, here it is. Now we have an icon, and this 3 lines should be one below the other. So we need to add a break. Save this, and now you can see all the 3 are in different lines. Now we need to add this followers. So after this div, so after this div, this should be close. I need to add one more div here. Let's save this, and after this div I will copy the entire div. I'll paste it and I'll put as 4, 8 plus 4, 12, and here I'll write followers, so follow us. Okay, so we don't require all this, and icons also we don't require the text. We need 4, so I'll copy this and add it, and I'll add it. So FA Facebook, and YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. Let me save this and let's go to the browser. Okay, so let's check Facebook. For Facebook it is FAP Facebook. Let's copy this. Maybe for this also we need to add FAB. Save this and let's go to the browser and check. So here, okay, one second. So we are getting all this, but we require the space. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here we need to add margin right 2 points. For all the icons we will add margin. Let's save this, and still we need some more. So we will take 5 points. So this is it. We have completed the footer part as well, and we have completed the home page. This is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video we are going to create breadcrumb like this for all the pages apart from home and dashboard, because on home and dashboard we don't require this. So if you can see destination page, here there is a breadcrumb, so it helps to easily navigate from destination page to home page. Okay, if I go to contact, you can see here there is a breadcrumb, so it helps to navigate easily. If you can see on all the pages we have breadcrumb. So to create a breadcrumb, first we need to create all the pages: destination, contact, states, MICE, register, and login. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and create the remaining pages. So I'll copy this code. So once I copy this code, then I need to click on File, New, and here I have to paste the code, and we need to save it, Control S or Command S, and we need to give the name as destination.html. Okay, so the spelling is destination, so we need to change this, so I'll rename it to destination. Okay, and here I need to add a class active. Let me check in the browser. If I go to destination, okay, we need to start. Okay, once I click on destination, so you can see we are getting the content of home page, index page, so we need to change it, and the active class will make this bold. If I go to dashboard, so we need to add an active class here as well. So I am on dashboard, and here I need to add an active class, so it highlights the navigation. Okay, on home page, here we need to add active. So if I'm on home page, so this class is active. So for destination we need to change the, let me close this, and destination we need to remove the code which is not required, and only keep, we need to only keep uh, let me check what we need to keep. Okay, we need to remove everything apart from this image and the header, so we will remove everything. So first I'll remove this row, then I'll remove this row as well. Let me save this file and let's go to the browser and check. Okay, so here we are getting only the image, so we need to change the image as well. So I'll write Kashmir, and you can see we got this image. And now we will add a breadcrumb on this page, and then we can copy this page and paste it to the remaining pages. Okay, so let me remove this, and here I'll add div with the class container fluid, and inside this div I will add a OL tag with a class which is equal to breadcrumb, and li class which is equal to breadcrumb hyphen item, and inside we will add a tag href equals to index.html, and here I'll write home, and I'll add the second li class will be again breadcrumb hyphen item, and a tag href equals to hash, and here I'll add destination because we are on the destination page. Let me save this and let's go to the browser and check. So here you can see home and destination. So if I click on home, it will take me to index.html, which is home page. Okay, so now we need to copy this code and we need to create one more page, which is contact, or maybe we can create state. Okay, or else we will create contact page. Okay, so new file, and here the title should be contact. Save this contact.html. Here in destination, uh, here I need to change destination, so sorry for that. So in contact, we don't require the image. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll remove this image, and here I'll write contact, and this is home, and here I'll change. Okay, rest everything is fine. So let's go and check. So here we go, home and contact. So we have created a breadcrumb for that. Okay, for contact we need a image. So 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 let me undo. Okay, so we need the image, and here I'll write contact, and the image will be, let's see, what is the image? And we need to add the active class. So this is it. Now we will create page of states. Okay, so let's create the page for state. So file, new, paste the code, control S, states. Here we will add the title as states, and here the image will be spiritual. Let's see. Okay, so we are okay, completed this, and now mice, so the image will be same. So let's copy this code only, and let's create a new file, paste it, and we'll save this to mice.html. And here we need to change the title to mice. We need to remove this active and we need to add here. Save this file and let's go to, so here it is, mice. Now we need registration and login. So yes, registration. Here we don't require image, and even login we don't require image. So, but let's copy this and let's create a new file. Save this as register.html. Here we need to write register, and let's start from the top. Register active. We don't require this image, so remove this. Save this. Let's check. Okay, so here it is. Register. Okay. Then we require login, so let's copy this. Let's create a new file. Save this as login.html, and on the top we'll start from the top. Login active class we need to add here. Then we need to write here login. Save this and let's see for login. So okay, this is working fine. All the pages have been created: destination, contact, states, mice, register, login. So we have successfully created all the pages as well as the breadcrumb. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video we are going to create destination page which looks something like this. This is a nested list group. If you go to getbootstrap.com and if you search list group, so you will see all the list group examples. Okay, so we will take some of the example and we'll create one, but I will not refer this document. If you want, you can refer it. I'm just showing you that we are going to use something like this. Okay, so to create something like this we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and in destination.html, after the breadcrumb ol, after this tag we will take one div with a class which is equal to list hyphen group. Okay, and we need to close this div tag, and inside we will take a div with a class which is equal to list group item, and I'll give the name as popular destinations. Let me save this and let's go to the browser and check. So this is something which we are getting. Okay, popular destination. We need to add the color, we need to add the badge. So now moving further, we will add a badge. To add a badge, we need to add a span tag with a class which is equal to badge, and the color of the badge will be light, and let's give the content as 96. Let's save this and let's check in the browser. So here you can see we are getting the badge. So if I zoom a little, you can see the color is light and the badge is here, but we need the badge to be on the right side with the background and all this stuff. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside list group item we need to add few more classes like deflex, justify content between, then align item center, and pg secondary. Then we need to add text color white. Okay, so let's save this and let's go to the browser. So here it is, popular destination. The badge is in the right side, And if you can see, this badge is very round. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here we need to add badge hyphen fill. Let's save this and go to the browser, and if you can see here, we are getting the same thing. Okay, now we will add this content, okay, like this. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and after this list group item we need to add one more div with a class which is equal to list group, and inside this div we will add a tag, and href will be hash, and here we need to add a class which is equal to list group item, and we need to add few more classes, list group item action, then flex column, then we need to add align item start, and we need to close the a tag, and inside a tag we will take one div with a class which is equal to deflex width, which will be 100%, justify content between, and we need to close this div tag, and inside this div tag we will take h5 tag, and we will write Delhi, and inside the h5 tag we will take a class which is equal to margin bottom 1 point, and we need small tag, and here we will write things to do, and here we need to add a class which is equal to muted text muted. Okay, so let's save this file, and yeah, we need one more thing. We need to add a paragraph for the content. Class will be which is equal to margin bottom 1 point, and we need to add this content. So I'll copy this. I don't know if I'm able to copy, so I'm not able to copy this, so let me type Delhi, the capital of India. Okay, I'm not writing the whole thing, just for the reference I'm writing a line. Okay, so this is it, and now once I save this, let's go to the browser and check. So here it is, Delhi, the capital of India, and we are getting the whole section. Now similarly we need to add for Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad and Kochi. Okay, so after p tag also there is a small tag, and class will be text muted, means gray color. Okay, things to do, save this. So here it is, things to do. So we will add the remaining stuff like Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad and Kochi, Agra. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here we need to copy only the a tag from start to end, and we need to paste it, and here we need to change the text. Rest of the things are, we don't need to change the coding, but we need to change the text. Mumbai is always a way mega city, so you can type anything you want, the content whichever you want. Okay, so I'm just writing any references, Gateway of India. Let's save this and let's see how it looks. So here it is, Delhi, Mumbai. Similarly, we will add Chennai, Hyderabad, Kochi. So same thing, we just need to copy the a tag. How many are there? Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 4, 5 and 6. You can change the text. I'm just copying and pasting it. Okay, Now, similarly for spiritual destination, we need to copy the entire thing. Okay, I'll tell you what to copy because see from here you need to, this is a main group, list main group, and these are the nested one. So we need to copy the entire div from, no, 1 second, we need to copy. I just need to close this. We just need to close this. Okay, so these are the two things which we need to copy. This is the main list group, and this tag is for this container fluid. So I'll just copy this and I'll enter. Let me save this file and let's go to the browser. And if you can see popular destination, popular destination, we need to change the text to spiritual destination. Okay, so here I'll write spiritual destination. This we can change. If you can see spiritual destination 50. Here if you can see it's spiritual destination 50, and rest you can change the text. So I have created two. You can create as much as you want. Okay, if you want to create more you can create it. So this is like a task for you. Just copy and paste and create on your own. Just remember the class which is required, classes which are required. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Welcome back to another video. In this video we are going to create states page which looks something like this. So if I go to our application, there is nothing right now, so we will create something like this by using table. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. Okay, first let me show you Get Bootstrap website. So if you go to getbootstrap.com and if you search for table, so these are some examples, you can just go through it. So this is just for your reference. Okay, and now you'll start working on this. So if I go to states.html, and after this breadcrumb we need to take table tag, and inside table tag we will take table head, and inside table head we will take tr, and we need to have headings, so table headings. So the first one is hash. Okay, then we need 5 more. So let me copy this and I'll paste it. So the second one is state, third one is vehicle code, and fourth one is zone, then capital, and then largest city. Let me save this file and let's go to the browser and check. So right now if you can see there is no styling, but we have given the headings like hash, state, vehicle code, zone, capital, and largest city. Now to create this section we need to create tbody, and inside tbody we need to create tr. So there are 28 states in India. Okay, if I go to this, there are 28 states in India. So what I did is I created this tbody. So the first tr will be like this. So let me copy this and I'll paste it so you will have an idea. Let me save this. First one is table head, the number 1. Okay, so let's see in the browser. If you can see, first state is Andhra Pradesh, vehicle code is AP, zone is Southern, capital is Amravati, and largest city is Visakhapatnam. So let's copy the remaining TRs. So I'll copy this, and after this TR, I'll paste it. Let me save this, and to format the code, Option Shift F. Let me save this and let's go to the browser. So right now, if you can see, there is no styling, but we have added all the content for this page. Now, what I'll do is I'll write the CSS classes for this. So the Bootstrap classes for table are, first one is class equals to table. Let me save this and let's go to the browser. Now you can see we have added the styling for table. It looks much better and sleek. Okay. Then we need to add borders. So the second class is table hyphen border. Okay. Let me save this so that you can have an idea how it looks. So you can see this column got a border. So the table actually got a border. So it looks good. And then the third class is table hover. If I save this and if I go to browser, you can see once you hover on any row, so it gets highlight. Okay. Now what we need is this one. First one is gray, second is white, third one is gray, striped color. Okay. So for that we need to add a class table hyphen stripe. Save this, go to the browser. Now you can see we have striped rows. Okay. Then in th we need this dark color. Okay. So in th we need to add class. So class equals to t head dark and text need to be center. Let me save this and let's go to the browser. So as you can see, the text is in center and the background is dark. Okay. So moving further, I need this column. This all the columns should be in green color like this. Okay. So we need to go to the state column. One second, let me check. The first one is Andhra Pradesh. So this is the TD where we need to add class. So class equals to BG success. And we need to copy this class and paste it on all the TDs. So if I save this and if I go to browser, you can see we have added this class. Okay. So let me add this class on all the TDs. So Jammu and Kashmir. So there are a couple of wrong entries. So here, if you can see Jammu and Kashmir, Jharkhand, and this should be Karnataka and Kerala. So let me correct this. 11. I think we don't require the steady. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a 7. So I'll remove this. This is by mistake. So let's paste it here. And here also I don't require this. Let's save this and let's check now. So now it is okay, correct. 28 states. So the color is different because there was a mistake in writing the class. Instead of BG success, we need to write table success. So what I'm going to do is I'll select all the BG success and I'll convert it into table. Okay. So for that we need to press Command D. So it will select all the text which are BG. Okay. BG. If you are using Windows, then Control D would be the option for you. So I'm using Mac, so Command D. So I'll remove this and here I'll write table. Okay, table success. See, table success is the class name. So right now, if you can see, we are getting this color as here. Now we need to add this batch new. So Jharkhand, Telangana, and Uttarakhand are the new states. So for Jharkhand and Telangana and Uttarakhand, we will add a batch new. So we'll search for Jharkhand. So after this, we need to add a span like we did earlier. Span class will be badge and the color is badge secondary. Close this tag and inside this, I will write new. Save this and let's go to the browser and check. So as you can see, we have successfully added the badge in the state Jharkhand. Then we will add two more for Telangana and Uttarakhand. So let me copy this batch and we need to go to Telangana and then Uttarakhand. So we have successfully added this badges. Now we need to add only one more thing. So if I make this small, we don't have any, if I make this small, we don't have any responsive thing. Okay, so for that we need to add a class to make this table responsive. So let's do it here. So above the table tag, we will add a div tag and inside the div tag, we will add a class. So here I will add a div tag with a class which is equal to table responsive. And I'll cut this div tag and I'll paste it after the table tag is over. So and now table responsive. Okay, let's save this and let's go to the browser and check. Now the table is responsive. You can see we can have a scroll here inside the table. You will have a scroll. So as you can see, we have completed the page, but this pagination is remaining that will cover in the coming lectures. So this is it for this video and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we are going to complete MICE page, which looks something like this. So to achieve this design, we will use card. So right now, if you can see in our application, this page is blank. So we will create something like this. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and let's go to MICE page. And after this breadcrumb, we will take a div with a class. First, we need to take h1 tag for the heading. So h1 tag, and the heading will be meeting incentive conferencing and exhibition. Okay, the MIC full form is this. So I'll paste this here and I'll save this, and let's go to the browser and check. So we are getting this heading. Now we will create this cards. Okay, so after h1 tag, we will take one div with a class which is equal to card, only card, not cards. Okay, and in that div, we will take one more div with a class which is equal to card header. And inside I'll take h4 tag to give the title, which is here, Bangalore International Exhibition Center. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. And after this h4 tag, after this div, the card header div, I will take one more div with a class card body. So card body, and inside this I will add this text. So let me paste this, and Option Shift F, okay, to format the text. So card body is also been added. So let's check. So right now you can see we have card header and card body. Let's add the image. So image will be in the card. So image source, which is equal to image, and I'll use card one. Let's close this. Let's add alt tag card one. The alt tag can be anything, like you can put this title. So I'll put this title instead of card one. Okay, let's save this and let's go to the browser. You can see we have successfully added the image. So the image to be on top, we need to add one more class here. So class equal to card image hyphen top. Let's save this. So image will be on the top, and then we will create two more cards. So let me copy this div. So where it is ending, so here it is ending. So let's paste twice because we need two more cards, and I'll save this and I'll see in the browser. So these are the three cards. Okay, then we will add the content. This is Option Shift F to format. Formatting is important, so always remember to format your code. This is card one, this is card two, alt tag is Biswa Bangla Convention Center, Kolkata. So now I'll add the card body. This is this is card three. Title is save, and let's check in the browser. So we have successfully changed the image and the content. So now we need this cards to be side by side. So for that, I'll go to Visual Studio Code, and above the cards, I will add a div. with a class which is equal to card group, and I'll close this div tag, and inside this div tag I will add all these cards. Okay, so let's cut from here till here. I'll cut this and I'll paste it inside this. Let's save this and go to the browser. Now you can see we have successfully created the cards, but now few things are remaining. The size of the image is different, original size is different, so we will write an CSS for that. So I'll add one inline style. So here I'll write styles equals to max height 200 or 250 px. So I'll copy this styling and I'll add in all the images, and then we will check how it looks. So let me refresh. 1 second. Let's inspect and see, because sometime you need to debug. Max height is 250. Let's keep it 200, I think so, because the second image is too small. So let's keep it to 200. Okay, let's copy this, paste it here, paste it here, save, and let's check. Now you can see all the images are of same height. Even you can make this a little smaller, like instead of h4 you can use h5. So h4, h5, h5. Okay, let's save this. Now you can see this is in one line, so it looks good. Remember h5, I have changed this h5, and here also you need to change h5. Okay, close in the closing tag. So now there are couple of things remaining. That learn more button we need to add. So for that we need to add a footer. After card body we need to add footer. So class which is equal to card footer, and I'll give an a tag with href hash, and class will be card link. Let's close this tag, and here I'll write learn more. Okay, and let's copy this footer part, and let's add in all the places after card body. Save this and let's check. So we have successfully added the learn more button as well. This looks much better. Okay, so this is how we have completed the MICE page. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video we are going to create this section which is on home page. If I click on learn more, you can see this box expands, and if I click on this arrow you can see some more text is visible here, and if I close this it's get collapse, and if I click this it gets collapse. Okay, so right now if I go to my home page, here if I click on learn more nothing happens. So to achieve this we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and we need to go to index.html page, and we need to search learn more. Okay, so here is the learn more button, and in below this we will add a div tag with a class which is equal to collapse, and we need to add a id which is equal to more about India, and here we need to add some text. Okay, so let me go to home page, and here I'll copy this text, and if I click on learn more, okay, here is the sample site. So here I'll copy this text. Okay, and I'll paste it inside this. So I've added the text here. So now this div is having an ID for the reference, okay, for the reference purpose. In order to connect this particular div tag along with this button, we need to use data toggle here. So here I'll write data toggle, which is collapse. And here we need to write data target, okay. And we are targeting the ID which we have given here. So I'll copy this ID and here I will write hash and I'll paste the ID name, okay. So let's save this and let's check in the browser. Are we able to get the collapse expand? Okay, but so let's click on learn more. So here we go. We can, this box has been expanded and we can see the text which we have pasted. So if I click again, it will toggle. So now we have achieved 50% of this. Now we need to uh, add this arrow, and once you click on that arrow, it will show some more text. So for that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code. After this div, we will add a icon. So for icon, we need to use I class equals to fa font awesome fa chevron hyphen down, and we need to write a style which is equal to cursor pointer, and we need to close this I tag. And after the I tag, we will add one more div with a class which is equal to collapse, and we need to add some more text. So for that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here from here I'll copy this text and I'll add here, and here we need an ID for the reference purpose. So I will add ID which is more about India 2. So now to connect this div with this arrow, we need to write data toggle which is equal to collapse and data target will be hash and the ID, which is this. So let's say paste it here and let's save this and let's go to the browser and check whether we are able to achieve this functionality or not. So learn more, and then if I click on button, okay, one mistake we have done. We have kept the arrow icon outside the div. So what we can do is like we can cut this whole entire thing and we need to paste it inside this div. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. Now if I click on learn more, so here is the arrow, and if I click on this, you can see some more text. So this is how we have achieved this functionality of toggling the data. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we are going to create pagination for our state page. So if I go to our application and if I go to state page, here the pagination is missing. So we need to add that. So to create a pagination, we need to go to Visual Studio Code and we need to go to states.html, and we need to come at the end, and here after this div where the table is, we need to add ul, and inside ul I will add li, and I'll write one. Here I'll give, before giving classes, we need to give a tag href which is equal to hash, and I'll close this a tag, and this one should be inside this a tag. And let me copy this. We need four numbers, so copy 2 3 4. So I'll change it to 2 3 and this to 4. And now if I save this and if I go to the browser, and if we can see here, this will look something like this, but we want the results to look something like this. Okay, so let's go to Visual Studio Code, and here we need to add a class which is equal to pagination. Okay, and in the li we will add a class which is equal to page item. So let's copy this class and paste it in all the li's. Let's save this and let's go to the browser and check. So here, as you can see, we are getting 1 2 3 4, but even some styling is still missing. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and inside a tag we will write a class which is equal to page hyphen link. Let's copy this class and paste it here. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. Now, as you can see, we are getting this 1 2 3 4. Now we need to add previous and next. So let me copy this entire li, paste it here, and here I'll write previous, and here I will write next. Okay, let me save and let's go to the browser. Now instead of previous and next, I need this icons. So here I will add LAQUO. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll paste here, and instead of LAQUO, I will write RAQUO, and let's save this. And now you can see this arrows. Now we want this entire UL to be shifted on the right side. For that, we need to write one class which is justify content end. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. As you can see, we have shifted the whole UL on the right side. Now we need to add one active class. For that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and here I will add active class, and let's save this. So as you can see, we have completed this pagination. To create the functionality, you either need to use jQuery or React or Angular. So, but in our course, we are not covering that. So it is only Bootstrap course. So this is how you can create a static pagination. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we are going to create contact form. So right now, if I go to our application and if I go to contact us page, here you can see there is no form. So we need to create a form. So for that, we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and we need to go to contact.html, and after this OL tag, we will create one div with a class equals to row, and inside this div, we will create a class which is equal to call hyphen 5 with 5 columns. And to make the form in the center, to make this div in the center, we will use mx auto. And let's close this div tag, and inside this div we will add a form tag, and inside the form tag we will take a div with a class which is equal to form group, and inside this div we will take label, and here we need to write for, and we need to give id which is txt name. Txt name, this id, it means that when the user clicks on this label, automatically cursor should be placed in the text box which is having the id text name. And let's close this label tag, and inside I'll write name colon, and below this label tag I'll take input type which is equal to text, and id which is equal to txt name which we have given in the label, and class will be form control to apply bootstrap style, and I'll give a placeholder which is equal to name, and let's close this input tag. Let's save this and let's check in the browser. So here it is. We have achieved the first input. Now we need email. So let's copy this form group and paste it here. And instead of name, we will write email. And here we will write email. Copy this and paste it here. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. Here we need to change placeholder to email. Save this and here it is. And here the type should be email. Okay. Now we need what we need is receive newsletter checkbox. Okay. So we will copy this. Input type will be checkbox. ID will be check receive news letter. Let me copy this ID and paste it here. And the class will be form check input. And we don't require placeholder for this. Label will be receive newsletter. Let me save this and let's check in the browser. So, okay, one thing we have to do is like we need this label below this input. So let's enter this, save this, and let's go to the browser. Now, if you can see this newsletter, we don't require colon. Now you can see the margin. There's a problem with the margin. For that, we need to add class. So in the input, so in the label, we need to add a class which is equal to form check hyphen label. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. Need to add one more class. So instead of form group, we need form check. Let's save this and go to the browser. So now if you can see, the margin issue has been resolved. Now we need, in this lecture, we will not add gender. In the coming up lectures, I will do that. But I'll add this comment. So for that, I need text area. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's copy this div and paste it here. And label will be text comment. So here we don't require input. Instead of input, we will use text area. Okay. So text area ID will be text comment. And here I'll add comments. The placeholder will be comments. Let me save this and let's go to the browser and check. There is a issue. Still we are getting some issue. Okay, type is text. No, we are getting some problem. We need to close this text area. Save this and let's go to the browser. Save this. Okay, so now we got the comment section as well, the comment input, okay, which is text area. Now we need a drop down for this expert level. So I will add a drop down. So let's copy this and paste it here. And label for will be the drop expert expertise level. Okay. You need to copy this ID and paste it here. And instead of import, we will need select. So I will add select. We don't require input. So I'll close this, and here I don't require the placeholder, so I'll remove this. And we need to close the select tag, and inside select, this type is also, we don't require the type, we only need the ID, and we need the class, and we require the option. So option one will be beginner, and we need two more options, intermediate and advanced. Let's save this and let's check in the browser. So as you can see, okay, this email should be expertise label. Okay, save this and let's check. So if you can see, if we click, there's a drop down. So this is also done. Now we will add this website and attachment. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and first I'll add the attachment. So let's copy this form group and I'll paste it here, and this will be text attachment. Copy this, paste it here, and input type will be file, and class will be form control hyphen file. This will be attachment. Let's save this, and I think we don't require this placeholder. Let's see. Uh, okay, so here we have successfully added the attachment. Okay, input type file. Now we need this website in a read-only format. So I'll copy this, paste it here, website, text website, and here we need to add a class form control plain text, and I'll save this. If I go, okay, so your input type is text. I think we need the value, so the value is, welcome back to another video. In this video we are going to create this login page which is having an inline form in our application. So if I go to our application and if I click on login, so now, right now this page is blank, so we need to create something like this. So for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code and we need to open login page, and after this OL tag we'll create a div with a class which is equal to row, and inside this div we will add one more div with a class which is equal to call hyphen lg hyphen 8 with 8 columns, and we need to add one more class mx auto to make the div center line, and inside we will add a form. To make the inline form we need to add a class which is equal to form hyphen inline, and here we need to add a label for equals to text email, and we need a class which is equal to margin right sm2, 2 points in small device, and we need to close this label, and the label name will be email, and after this label tag we will add input tag type which is equal to email. We need to add some bootstrap classes, so form hyphen control, and margin bottom will be 2 points and margin right in small device will be 2 points. And we need the ID, which is equal to text email. Placeholder will be email. Let's close this input tag and let's save this and let's check in the browser. So here it is. This is the label and this is the input box. So here I need to add a colon. So after this input, let me press Option Shift F to format the text, to format the code. And here I will add one more label for which is equal to text password. Class is equal to margin right in small device 2 points and the label name will be password. And after that I will add input. Type will be password. Class we need to add which is form control. Margin bottom will be 2 points and margin right in small devices with 2 points, and ID is equal to text password, txt password. And we need to add the placeholder which is password. Close this input tag to format, Option Shift F. Okay, let's save this file and let's go to the browser. So right now you can see we have added the password field as well. Now we need this checkbox, remember me. So for that I will add label. Sorry, I need to add a div tag with a class which is equal to form hyphen check. Margin bottom is 2 points and margin right small device 2 points. And inside this div I will take a label now and class which is equal to form hyphen check hyphen label. And inside this label I'll take input type which is equal to checkbox and I'll write remember me. And we need a class, so class which is equal to form hyphen check hyphen input. Okay, let me save this file and let's check in the browser. So yes, we got this remember me. And now we need to add a button. So after this div we will add a button with class equal to btn primary submit. So this is it. We have added the button as well. So in this way we can add an inline form in our application. So this is it for this video and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video we are going to complete this contact form. As in early lecture I have created this form, but the styling was something which we want to complete. This is a horizontal form. Here will be the label and the input box will be on the right side. For that we need to go to Visual Studio Code and we need to come to contact.html, and here in this div where there is a form group we need to add row, and in label we need to add a class which is equal to call form label. And here this input we need, and here we need to add one more class call sm hyphen 2 points. Okay, 2 columns. And here we need to add a div with a class which is equal to call sm 10, means 10 columns. So 10 plus 2 will be 12. So I'll cut this div tag and I will paste it here let's format it Alt Shift F. Okay, so now this 2 and 10, which is equal to 12. Let's save this and let's check what are we getting, what are the output. So this is the output name, and here is the name input, which is on the right side. So similarly we have to do for email. So let's go on Visual Studio Code, and here we need to add row label. We need to add this class, so just copy this class, and here we need to copy this div, paste it here, cut this, paste it here, Alt Shift F, Control Command S. Need to save this, and let's check email and email. Okay, similarly for this we need to do row, call sm2, paste it here. So this we need to make 2, and this we need to make 10. So right now you can see receive newsletter. Okay, we need to do some changes. So let's remove this row we don't require. Instead, we require this form group and row. I'll cut this div and I'll paste it here. And after this, we need one more div with a class which is equal to call sm hyphen 2, and this we need to remove because the whole form check will be in div class which is equal to call sm10. Call sm hyphen 10. Let's cut this div and we will paste it here, and we'll format Option Shift F. And now let's check in the browser. So this is it. We are getting the result which is here. Okay. So now for comment, uh, okay, for gender, what I have did is I have created this, and I'll copy this and I'll paste it after this form group. So here is the form group. Row I have taken another div, but you can keep it here as well. There is not an issue. Then we need to give a legend. Okay, and same thing, call form label sm2 and parent of 0 gender. Then we need a div with a class called sm10 and form check, and then another form check. So if I save this, now if I go to the browser, you can see gender male female. Okay, for comment we will do it row, and for form we need to copy this class. Okay, then we need to copy this div. I'll cut this div tag and I'll paste it here. Option Shift F to format. Save this, and here as you can see, so here the width is not that much. So what we can do is we will go on top and we will increase this call hyphen 6. If you can see, we are now okay with that. Similarly, we have to do with expertise level, attach file, and website. So let me finish this too, and for website you can do it on your own and try it to finish. Okay, you can take it as a challenge. So for expertise I will complete row label. We need to add this class, And for select, again, you need to copy this div, save this. Okay, we are getting this. And if you increase the call hyphen 6 to call hyphen 8, so this will be in one line. So for attach, you can try it for attach. Okay, this is very simple. Row, then label, you need to add class, input, you need to add a div. Okay, for website also similarly you can do it. It is very simple. For button, I'll do it. Okay, this is a little tricky, so you might find it difficult. So I'll add one more div with a call class, call sm2, and I'll close this div, and then again I'll open a div with a class which is equal to call sm10, and I'll cut this div and I'll paste it here, and I'll add a row. So let's save this and let's go to the browser. You can see both this button are here. So now these two are remaining that you need to do. So this is a challenge. You just complete this. Okay. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this video, we are going to create this form for registration page. As I go in our application, this page is blank. So to create this form, we need to go to Visual Studio Code and we need to open registration.html. And after this OL tag, we will take a div with a class which is equal to row. And inside this div, we will take a div with a class which is equal to call hyphen 6 with 6 column, and to make it in center, we'll use mx auto, and we will close this div. And inside this div, we will take a div with a class which is equal to input hyphen group, and margin bottom will be 2 points. Sorry, margin bottom will be 3 points. And inside this div, we will take a class which is equal to input hyphen group prepend. And inside this, we will take a span with a class which is equal to input hyphen group hyphen text, and the text will be email. Let me save this file and let's go to the browser and check. So as you can see, we got this text with email, and now we need to add an input beside this email. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. So after this div, we need to add input type which is equal to email, class which is equal to form hyphen control, and placeholder is email. Let's close this input tag. Let's save this and let's go to the browser. So we have done a mistake. We need to cut this input and we need to paste here. So let's save this, and now you can see we got this input. Okay, now similarly we need to do it for password. So let's copy this whole div and paste it here. And instead of email, we will write password. Placeholder is password, type is password, and I think the rest of the things are okay. Let's check. So here it is, password. Now we will do it for amount. So similarly, need to copy this code and paste it here, and here I'll write amount and input type number, placeholder is amount. Let me check. Now we need this. This is Instead of prepend, now we will use append. Okay, so I'll copy this div and I'll paste it below this, and instead of prepend I will write append, and here I'll add dot 00. So right now you can see we got this input similar to this. Now we will add a submit button. So here we need to add a button with the class btn primary and submit. Save this and you will get this button. Okay, so we have successfully completed the registration page, and this is it. We have completed home, we have completed dashboard, destination, contact, states, MICE, registration, and login. So all the pages are complete, and I hope you like this course. And the only thing which I wanted to say you is just practice and try to make a similar project like this and post it in the project section. Take a screenshot and post in the project section. So this is it for this video, and this is it for this course, and I hope to see you in some other lectures and in other course. Till then, take care and bye bye.